Oh my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the spin to go. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage here from the PWBA Twin Cities Open here in Eagan, Minnesota at Cedarville Lanes. I'm Mike Flanagan here to bring you tonight's coverage along with my broadcast partner, Jason Thomas. Earlier today, we saw 65 competitors take to the lanes, and it was Aaron McCarthy with a 280 the last game, who sits amongst the top of the field of 65 players at plus 165. In second currently is Sydney Brumman at plus 163. And third at plus 146 is Maria Jose Rodriguez. Carrie Smith is fourth at plus 120. So a 220 average to make it into the top four so far. We're going to see 6 more games of qualifying here this evening. And then we'll come back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. locally and 11 a.m. on the East Coast for 6 more games. But we have a cut number that we're getting to. We're taking it from 65 players down to 32 here this evening. So currently right now the cut number in 32nd position is Liz Culkin at plus 42 currently is the cut number. So 84 would be double that, would be the number to make it into the top 32 and be able to compete tomorrow morning to bowl 6 more games. You hear Tennille Milligan, our director of operations here, with her announcement that warm-up is just about over. So I think at this point in time, it'd be a great time to bring in my broadcast partner and the man, JT. Hello, JT.
Hello, Michael. How are you today?
I'm good, man. I feel really good, actually, after a refresh, a little food in the system.
Me too.
Now we get to see these ladies compete again on the same pattern, fresh, and head out there and see what they can do today. I mean, Aaron McCarthy, 280 the last game, bud, to get to 165, snuck right in there as the number one off the squad.
Yeah, it was what a very odd block. I mean, there were literally 25 players that could have led the squad going into the last game. I mean, you never see that. So it could be a pretty crazy game 12 later tonight. With a bunch of players having a chance to make a cut with a big game. Players, have a chance to move up or down, a ton just by bowling one big game. Or we saw Jordan Richard go from 1st to 10th in just one game. So there's just a lot of things that can happen. So you're definitely going to want to stay tuned tonight as we make our first cut here at the PWBA Twin Cities Open.
Yeah, 44 of 65 players or plus after 6 games of qualifying.
Yeah, it's just so unusual. You just never see it happen this way. So, I mean, we say it all the time. The only way you're going to find out is just by staying tuned and watching with us tonight here as it unfolds.
Yeah, happy Friday to everybody. We'll full screen everybody. We'll get you out to the lanes. We are starting this game number 1 on lanes 25 and 6 and 27 and 28. It's the same pairings as earlier today. The ladies will all stay together throughout all of qualifying. And we have on the right side of your screen, we've got Danielle Lee, Liz Johnson, Alexis Nair, Rena Sabo, Clara Guerrero. And just next door, we got Sandra Gongora, Danielle McEwen, Danielle Young, Jackie Evans, and Jill Creamer. So those 10 ladies will get us started here. I want to welcome everybody into the Bowl TV chat as well. Glad you're joining us here on this Friday evening or late afternoon, depending on what part of the country you're in. And JT, we thought this oil pattern was going to be pretty conducive to pretty high scores due to the friction and the amount of hook on the pattern. But pin carry has kind of been the story more so than maybe even the oil pattern, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, the carry's been a little tough. I mean, there are some scores out there to be had. We saw a 300 game, and boy, what a strange block Jody Shearer had. She had one game over 201, the whole block, and it was a 300, and she's minus 21 for the tournament. But, she's one good game away from being inside the cut number. So just there are big scores out there, which, is a lot of fun. You really don't want to shoot low scores. That's really the big thing. I talked to Shannon O'Keefe on the break, and she said she had some issues with her thumb, not an injury, but she said she had rubbed some lotion on her hand and did not wash her hands, which she normally does, and so was having some feel issues the first game, and so she basically took all the tape off of her hand, washed her hands between games, and then retaped, and then was kind of back to the Shannon O'Keefe we're used to. But she was shooting a bunch of 2-0s and 2 teens until that last game pops off 259, and now she's right there in 11th place. So just you're one good game away really from moving yourself right up the leaderboard, as we said earlier.
As Jackie converts the spare, I am going to pop up the oil pattern for just a moment. This pattern is 41 feet in length, 25 milliliters of oil. They're using fire oil here. 14, almost 15 mils on the way down, 10 on the way back, 2.33 to 1 ratio. Very flat, very demanding. The fourth stop of the PWBA season right here for you this weekend. I talked about it on the first squad, but 20 PWBA titles this year. 20 total titles up for grabs.
It's a lot.
We saw 3 already, and this is the 4th, and 16 more titles after this.
Yeah, it's the most we've had since 2003 in a season. Yeah, the other thing I talked about with Shannon was, she said she was kind of anxious, starting the block, and even though the season's already three tournaments in, it was quite a ways back that those 3 tournaments happened. So it's almost like the season's restarting, and the players kind of have the first tournament jitters, and Shannon O'Keefe said she kind of had those butterflies in her stomach that first game, and that contributed to her slow start. So it's an interesting event in a lot of different ways, and the scores being bunched together is just one of those ways that this tournament's going to be fun to watch. And one thing definitely to watch for as we come down the stretch, how are players going to deal with the nerves of needing a 230 or a 240 that last game to make the cut.
Well, JT, you and I are on the same stories here, man. It's amazing sometimes how much in tune with one another we are. You talk to Shannon, I talk to Giselle Pass. And if you follow Giselle's day, she started with 142 and in bold 263. And I asked her, I said, Giselle, you got the Century Award plus 12 there. 112 pins difference. And she goes, oh, yeah, I did. And I said, so what was it? She goes, it was nerves. I was just nervous. I said, really? She goes, I haven't competed out here, Mike, in 2 years. I was nervous. She goes, and I'm with the new ball company. I don't know the equipment very well. I said, okay, so you make a ball change? She goes, I made a ball change at the end of game 1, and I just calmed down. I relaxed in game number 2. She said she was using a Honey Badger, and it just matched up really well. She also said she had a High Road that matched up really well. And she said this block here, she's good. She's good to go now. So, Giselle currently is plus 88. Get rid of the 142. Just give her a 2-0 this block. If she can bowl the same block and not have that nervous game, give her 68 more pins. That'd put her 156 over on this block coming up if she does the exact same thing, except overcomes jitters the first game.
Yeah, and and Giselle also had a 170 in there too. I mean, she was 88 over with a 140 and a 170, and that's kind of been her. I mean, I know you talked about her being a little nervous, during that 140, but that's a little bit been her MO since she's joined the tour. She'll throw a really low game in there, and it'll kind of knock her out of contention. But there's really almost nobody on tour who can string together big games like Giselle Pass. If she can just find a way to avoid those really low ones, man, she could rack up a lot of wins out here.
And I don't know if she backs herself or if she has a backer and ever bowls weekend tournaments, but don't put her in brackets, but put her in the high game pot. Kidding, of course, but not kidding at the same time. I know we got some action bowlers watching tonight in our audience.
Well, she's definitely got a lot of firepower. If she needs a big game to make a cut, you never count her out.
Jack wants to know, how do you watch lanes 31 and 32? Well, you know what? You set me up perfect here, Jack. This is what I'm going to let everybody know. That down below on your screen, you got 5 different feeds. You got this PWBA main feed, which has JT and I on it, and we're going to talk to you on this one, and we're going to hop around to different pairs. PWBA 1 has lanes 11 through 14 here in the building. Lanes 15 and 16 are not really good for our cameras, so that pair is in play, but we're not using that one. But 17 through 20 are available for you to watch on PWBA 2. And then lanes 25 through 28 are available on PWBA 3. And lanes 29 to 32 are available on PWBA 4. And just FYI, lanes 21 through 24 are not in use in this building. You can see that on the left side of your screen for this event. So that's what we have. PWBA 1, 2, 3, and 4, left to right throughout the house. And you can watch 11 through 14, 17 through 20, 25 through 28, and 29 through 32. And currently we're watching 25 through 28 here on the main channel. Again, there is a cut tonight. We'll be cutting to the top 32. If you want to see the scores, you can go over to pwba.com. There's a link right on the home page, takes you to the Twin Cities results, and you can check it out.
Got a question in the chat from James McGorvin. He's asked if the ladies use 2-lane courtesy, and the answer is actually no. Somebody said yes, but it's actually 1 pair lane courtesy, and the pros call it the double jumping rule. So basically the way it works is, if you're on, let's say you're on 27 and 28 like Liz Johnson, Liz is going to come back off the approach. The next person on that pair whose turn it is to bowl has to wait for one person on 25 and 26 and one person on 29 and 30 to throw a shot before they can go up. If for some reason somebody's not ready on one of those 2 pairs, you can jump ahead. But if you do not wait for somebody on 25 and 26 and 29 and 30 to bowl, it's called a double jump. And Boy, if you double jump certain players out here, you might get the evil eye.
Pair to your left goes. Pair to your right goes. You go. Don't ever let a pair left or right go twice in a row without you going.
That's right. And I actually told this story during our U.S. Open coverage, Mike. We did, I qualified to bowl the U.S. Open when I was 19 years old, and I wasn't aware of the double jumping rule. And in about the fifth frame of the first game, a gentleman by the name of Steve Hoskins made me aware of that rule. I double jumped him twice in the first 5 frames. And after the second time I did it, he came over and he said, "Hey, kid, if you double jump me one more time, I'm going to pull you back off the approach by your belt loops." And so I said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hoskins. What is double jumping?" He explained how it worked, and I've never done it again. 29 years later.
He did a good job then.
He did, and I love Steve Hoskins. He's actually one of my favorite people in the world. But I'll tell you, I think I distinctly remember getting 3 off the right my next frame after that happened, because I was ready. I was quaking in my pants. Tough love. Joe Palin says tough love. Very true. Steve Hoskins is not only a great bowler, but he's a hell of a golfer. I don't know if you've ever played golf with Steve Hoskins.
I've barely played golf with my family members, JT.
Yeah, no, don't bet against him on the golf course. Eddie in the chat's trying to watch Missy Parkin on lanes 3 and 4. We don't have 3 and 4 covered. We've got 11 through 14. We've got 17 through 20, 25 through 28, and 29 through 32. So those are our channels of coverage. We've got 16 of the 32 lanes in the building, but as Mike mentioned, 21 through 24 are not being used. Kenneth, so double jump is not like ready golf. It's just frowned upon, I guess, is the way to say it. I'll tell you though, sometimes you get frustrated and you're not in the mood to wait for somebody, and if somebody's not paying attention, you will just go ahead and double jump because you just want to get the heck out of there. But again, frowned upon.
Yeah, JT, got a copy?
I'll tell you, there is no better lane courtesy than one pair lane courtesy. It moves so quickly when everybody knows how to do it. But the problem is trying to explain it to everybody.
All right, everybody in the chat, I need your help for a second. I just had an error on my computer that said that my microphone was disconnected, so I reconnected it. Can you all hear me okay? Just type into the chat, something like Mike is amazing, something like that. That way I know that you can hear me. Plus, I could use a little ego boost tonight. You guys are the best. Thank you for that. I was legitimately just sitting here, and JT was talking, and I think he thinks I was just ignoring him. But I wasn't. My microphone wasn't working. Hey, JT.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. What is going on? I walked down there to check on Missy Parkin.
Yeah.
Who's on lane 3 and 4, and she did have the front 7, but she missed. And I didn't have a camera, so you can't blame me. I didn't even know she had the front 7, so it's not my fault. And then I come back, and in the chat, all I see is 100 comments that say, "We can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Okay, hear you." What the heck is going on?
Well, while you were talking about the Steve Hoskins stuff, and towards the end of that conversation, I didn't say a word back to you at all. And I know you're probably like, okay, Mike's tired of me telling stories about my personal life and how I know all these people, but that wasn't it this time. I got an error message that says your audio has been disconnected, and I didn't do anything. So I had to reconnect the soundboard and everything. And then I turned to see if you were here to hear me, and you weren't because you were out looking for 300s. So I had to interact with the chat and make sure they could hear me.
Gotcha. No, I thought you were just laying out because I was chatting up a storm.
Isn't it bowl up a storm, not chat up a storm?
Wow. That's a nice segue.
I know it is. You're welcome.
Let's get that fired up.
Yeah, I said on the first block, as you do rotate throughout the building and you see the sponsors up on the masking units, those are the most committed partners that the PWBA have. And you'll see all of them across, and I read them off earlier, which they are Kegel, the official lane maintenance supplier, Roto Grip, who we talked about before, Brunswick, the USBC, the BPAA, and of course, right here on the screen right now for us, Storm, the bowlers company.
Yeah, Storm is the leading manufacturer of high-performance bowling equipment. Visit your local VIP Pro Shop to pick up your new Storm bowling ball and bowl up a storm.
Or on Bowl TV, you can chat up a storm.
Correct. Thank you guys for your support of the PWBA Tour.
Hank Boomershine, the Vice President of Sales, and I believe Research and Development. I'm not sure if that's still his title right now, but he's actually here helping out repping. So it's cool to see, one of the executives of the company even out helping rep out on tour.
Oh, good question from Jennifer Parisi in the chat. Is Alexis Nair related to the Ginger Assassin? The answer is yes, she is. She is the Ginger Assassin's sister.
You know, that brings me to something here is, you know, if there was an event that you could go and bowl and you had to put three, like a trios with three related people, you all got to be related. They might be the leaders in the clubhouse.
Ooh, they would be pretty tough.
I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of other examples that people are going to tell us about. And, you know, off the top of my head, Chris and Linda Barnes, and I believe it's Ryan now, the two-hander at Wichita.
That's correct. Yeah, Ryan and Troy are both bowling up a storm. Troy just bowled his first 300 game. He hasn't really been bowling that long. I mean, he would kind of fool around at it, but he's actually starting to pick up the game seriously now, and it's gotten pretty good pretty fast. You know, he's got some pretty decent coaches and genetics. Yeah, the Bone family, that's a good one. Leslie and Parker and Justin and Brandon, Sydney. That'd be a tough little 5-person team.
Yeah, they'd be in the team competition, not the trios, because there'd be two of them that don't want to ride the bench.
I mean, yeah, you could have a pretty bunch of different good teams.
I could actually just see how that would go down, actually. They'd all be there bowling, and the kids would all think they have the best ball reaction in the world. And mom and dad would say, fine, you three bowl in this trios. We'll just hang out. And then they'd just sit there and just coach the kids. The Beyondos as well come to mind. So there's actually a lot of them out there.
There are I bowled an adult junior tournament with my dad, who was a pretty good bowler, not obviously Parker Bone caliber, but he was a 210 average league bowler, and we made it to the final match in that particular. It was a JAT run event, and we bowled Tish Johnson and Rodney Johnson in the finals, and Tish had another brother named Rex, who's a good bowler as well. So the Johnson family, certainly good bowling family.
You know, Tish Johnson doesn't get enough credit for being one of the greatest female bowlers of all time. You look at her stats, and she's arguably top 10 all time.
Oh, yeah, I would even put her higher than that. Yeah, I think she's in the top 5. See, even you're underrating her, Mike, and you're the one that's complaining about her being underrated.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I set myself up pretty well on that one. JT, over there at the West Studios. And it is actually the West Studios. It's to my left.
Yeah.
Could you bring up 29 through 32 for us, please?
Why, yes, of course.
A little behind the scenes here. JT doing a little work there. The West Studios.
There you go.
Well, thank you.
We watching Verity Crawley here with Spare 8-bagger?
Yep, yeah, we are. We got a developing situation here. Verity came in to this block plus 49.
Yeah, and I mentioned her before. I think going into this tournament, she was, in my opinion, the biggest story of the week. You know, she had that terrible misadventure that she's had to deal with where she had to leave the country and then wasn't able to get back. Was able to get a temporary visa to come over and compete, 90-day visa. She hasn't really bowled very much. But, man, what a cool story it would be if she were to come out and have a good week here. She finished second here the last time we bowled in this this venue, bowled for the title against Shannon O'Keefe. She's going to put up a big number here in game number 1. Wow. Your ball can't go through the pins any better than the last 2 shots she's thrown. Going to have a look at another piece of equipment. It's always smart to do that. Try to figure out what your next move is and when.
Right next door, Lindsay Boomershine. Still bowling the 220s. Now has 204 left.
That one looked just as good as the ones before.
Sure did.
290. Verity Crawley right out of the gate here. Game number 7. First game of the night block. We've got 6 more games here this evening. 5 after this to determine our top 32 for tomorrow.
Really nice pickup by Lindsay, not to lose any pins here. Julia Bond can still bowl 190. Ashley Galante bailing out a game here, I should say. Caitlin Johnson can still bowl 243. First one in the 10th. Saw Clara Guerrero over on the left side of your screen, kind of having a patented Clara hit there. 4-pin falls late. So Galante with 226. Abby Ragsdale can still bowl 248. Nice break for Abby. Shannon O'Keefe up in the 10th. She can bowl 232. Shannon O'Keefe was 11th coming in at plus 106. All right, Shannon went for it there. Finishes with 214. Taking next door over here, Danielle McEwen up in the 10th frame. 5 in a row, looking for 6. She didn't love it. It didn't look like off her hand, but that's okay. Still bowl 237. Liz Johnson, striking the 10th. Best she can do is 165. Not the start Liz was looking for at all. Nice game for Danielle McEwen. 234 to go along with the other scores on her pair. 123, 180, 157 and 168. So 234 for Danielle on a pair that gave the ladies some fits here. And, you know, looking just to the right, don't look too easy here either. 190, 172, 189, 115. And Liz Johnson, 155. Max score here. A lot different than what we saw 29 through 32. So difficult start for these couple of pairs of lanes. All right, everybody. That's game one in the books. JT's out there switching up all the graphics, making sure all the pictures are built properly. I'm Mike Flanagan. Glad you're with us here this evening. Checking in on the chat here. I want to give a shout out to Jody from Utah, friend of mine. Checking in. Looking forward to watching some women's bowling. I see Selwyn in here. George. M. Klein. Bowling fan. Issy. See you guys in the chat. Again, this is the fourth stop of the season here on the PWBA tour. If you missed it, you can go back and watch it all archived here on Bowl TV. But our first event of the season took place back in January at the Kickoff Classic. It was the Bowlers Journal Classic. Shannon O'Keefe got the W. Second event, the ITRC Classic, Brianna Cote won her second PWBA title. The Hall of Fame Classic, Julia Bond took home that one, her first title. Who will win title number 4? A lot of bowling left here. I think I'll pop this up on the screen for you guys. We'll go over it together. Continuing coverage this weekend. Tomorrow it'll be 11 a.m. all times Eastern. Qualifying round 3. Top 32 will be back for 6 games. Then we'll cut to the top 12 from there. Be back at 3:30 Eastern for 6 more games for the top 12. And then we'll have our stepladder finals at 7 p.m. Eastern. That will be tomorrow. There's a look at the rest of the PWBA schedule for the season, all right here on Bowl TV. Next week we'll be in Lincoln. The following week, the Greater Cleveland Open. Then we'll head to Reno for the USBC Queens. The next 3 events coming up. Okay. So see where I can take you here. The low end took a little bit longer to get done than the high end. The high end had a little quicker pace. Again, I'll pop the oil pattern up here. This is what the ladies are competing on here this weekend. 41 feet in length. Once again, 25 milliliters of oil. It is all fire oil. 2.3 to 1 ratio. Game number 2 coming up. Coming into lanes 25 through 28 for us, Tanya Rumpemper from Indonesia, Josie Barnes, Haley Trisky, Brianna Andrew, and Birgit. I went down and talked to Birgit about how to pronounce her new last name, and she said it so quickly to me 3 different times, and she kind of laughed like, hey, that's going to be a tough one, Mike. So we're just going to call her Birgit for now until I get that one down. And then next door on 29 and 30, we've got Estefania Cobo, Maria Milanova, Liz Culkin, Deandra Asbeatty, and Kayla Bandy. Should have standings here in just a little bit. We'll be able to go over those for you, let you know how the standings shook out after game number 1. I mean, we really saw some low scores on our left 2 pairs and then really high scores on the right 2 pairs. I'm interested to see how it is throughout the house. I'm also proud to report that JT is on a very, very regimented schedule here because I just a little more behind the scenes. And I like sharing this with you guys. You know, it's just fun to me when you come out here and work these events. But on the first squad, if you joined us, I took JT off the screen and then I brought him on when he was eating a bar. He was eating a power bar. And it was right at about this time. And again, I made the same mistake, and I didn't bring his screen back up. So he is off screen right now from a production standpoint. And I saw him over there, and he was just going to town on another Cliff Bar. I mean, just going to town on it. And I almost brought him on again, but I didn't make that mistake. So I'm proud of myself for not doing that. So whenever he's ready to come on, I'm going to let him just bring himself on. And then I won't be ready, so he can get me back. Little inside joke here as we're working this one together. It's the Friday night qualifier here. Getting down to a cut score. Those of you that are watching, I'm sure you're getting off work or maybe on your way home or maybe you work from home today. It's time to relax and enjoy your evening. And that's exactly what we're going to do here.
I appreciate you letting me finish my snack this time, Mike, before bringing me on. But no, it is very regimented. That's part of the deal, part of the losing weight. That's been actually a pretty interesting thing because a lot of these players I haven't seen for 2 years, and I've lost 45 pounds since the pandemic, thanks to Valerie Bercier and her plan she put me on, that a lot of other players are on as well. There's a lot of players that have shown up here, in the best shape of their lives. Dasha Kovalova, we saw her at the Kickoff Classic, but now, she's made even more progress in her fitness regimen, and looks fantastic. Stephanie Johnson has actually gone on the same plan, and she didn't really have much weight to lose, but she wanted to be a little bit lighter and a little bit more toned, so to speak, and she looks great. But a lot of people have come up to me and said, wow, you really lost a bunch of weight, and basically a triple ball tote I was carrying around with me. So but it is important to eat your snacks when you can.
Yeah, well, I almost got you mid mouthful a little bit ago. I'm glad I didn't. Because 3 strikes and you're out, and I'd rather just have one. Now, Tennille Milligan has done us a favor here, and she's dropped off standings after game number 7. So in the first game, Erin McCarthy bowled a 245 game, which kept her up top the leaderboard at plus 210. Maria Jose Rodriguez bowled a 237 game, which elevated her to plus 183. Dasha Kovalova bowled 266, which she's now tied for second at plus 183. Sid Brummett bowled 212. She sits in fourth at plus 175. Carrie Smith bowled 230. She sits at plus 150 in fifth. Stephanie Johnson bowled 234. She's now up to sixth at plus 147. Abby Ragsdale, we saw it right here, bowled 236. She's up to plus 144 in seventh. And eighth is Jennifer Hockersack. She bowled 235, and she's at plus 140. And ninth, Verity, we saw her bowl at 290. She jumped all the way up to ninth at plus 139. And rounding out your top 10 right now, Missy Parkin bowled 244, which gets her to plus 136. Brianna Cote with a nice start with a 236 game. She's moved up to 17. Danielle McEwen with the 234 is now up to plus 60. Caitlin Johnson with 243 is now up to plus 50. Lauren Pate with 247 is now up to plus 49. Those scores are available now over at PWBA.com. So after the first set, we had 4 players that were averaging over 220. And now after one game later, we have 8 players that are averaging over 220. You think they're starting to figure them out?
You know, maybe, but we did have some pretty big name players go the opposite direction there in game number 1. Liz Johnson with 154, Jackie Evans with 157, Kelly Kulik with 140, Shannon Plahowski with 160. So certainly still appears to be some low scores out there lurking.
Remember, we are cutting down to 32 after this block. Plus 36 is currently the number.
And, you know, if I had to guess, I would suspect that the scores would be lower on this squad, just because, this is the second time, you know, the pattern's gone out. They did put the house shot out last night after the practice session. So if you believe that the rule of house memory, that first squad should have had them a little nicer. And now that we've laid this pattern out twice in a row, this one should play a little bit more true. And I think the players will start a little further left. And I walking up and down the house, talked to a few ball reps, and they said the same thing. They expect the players to start a little bit further left, and that should make them a little bit more tricky as the block goes on.
You also got to wonder if the fatigue factor is going to set in at all. Oh, Deandra Asbeatty, she did not deserve a 10-pin there. I wonder if she's still throwing 14 pounds. She moved to 14-pound equipment a couple of years ago.
Certainly something we can find out. Liz Culkin, boy, I'll tell you, I watched her bowl one game, not even a full game, a couple frames, and she looked like she had the best reaction I'd seen in the whole building, and shot 255 that game. And you look up at the leaderboard, that was the only game. She's basically only shot 3 200 games, and she's at plus 23. So it's just amazing how deceiving watching 4 shots can be when you don't factor in crossing the bowling center and other things.
Absolutely. Danielle McEwen struggling this game, 50 in the fourth. She's over on 29 and 30 if you'd like to watch her. Deandra with the 7-10 now. She was part of one of the most epic 7-10 conversions on the internet when Brian Ross picked the 710. Our doubles partner. I think you were there, weren't you, JT?
Yes, I was. That was pretty amazing. Oh, she's going to need Brian to come in and shoot this for her. Brian made the 710 in the position round in that tournament. Was I living in the past, Mike?
You were. It happened to me 3 times at the Masters and the U.S. Open. So
It's all right. I still got to tell the little bit of the story.
yeah, you were on the double delay.
I live in the past in a lot of different ways, Mike.
See it. Hey, girl. Good job.
Chuck Gardner's actually moved over and is watching Liz Culkin shot here very closely. Giving her some encouragement. See her pump her hand in the air.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. You you watch her throw a shot like that, and you go, "Wow, she must be shooting 240 every game." You just watch the ball go through the pins. See how crisp that shot was off of her hand. She got to repeat it.
I wonder if it's been bad spare shooting or just a lack of being able to strike. JT, would you mind bringing up PWBA 2 for us?
There you go. You're welcome. Got a few strings of strikes there on 17 and 18.
Yeah, I wanted to check in on our tournament leader, Aaron McCarthy, who bowled 245 the first game. We missed her 280 at the end of the first block here. So I thought, hey, let's go check in on her. Aaron's bowling with Courtney Ermish, Elise Bolton, Kelly Kulik, and Giselle Poss. Right next door, we got Rocio Restrepo, Tina Caborn, Taylor Boltice, Lauren Pate, and Taylor Bailey.
Courtney, the hero of the ITCs a couple years back, threw that clutch double to give her team the national championship. We've got nationals coming up here in a few weeks. We'll be broadcasting that right here on Bowl TV.
Aaron has 6 in a row now.
Stringing the strikes.
Feeling pretty good that we moved over here and she continued striking. That's a good sign for us.
Oh! We mentioned Kelly bowled 140 the first game. Now she's got the front 7. So are they easy or are they hard?
I saw the front 7, JT, and I was like, I'm going to call this one out. And I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. And then I saw her shot, and I'm like, oh, boy, that's got a hook. And then she got a break. So maybe if we put ladies on the live stream, luck comes to them.
Yeah, good luck selling that to the chat.
Well, if there's a law of averages, we're going to see the most luckiest games bowled ever here tonight.
It certainly seems like Erin McCarthy's figured out how to navigate her way across the building. I'll tell you, it's a,
Good job.
Erin McCarthy wasn't sure how well she would bowl coming into the Kickoff Classic because she hadn't really been practicing much. She's been working long shifts at the hospital. As many of you know, Erin works as a registered nurse and has been on a COVID unit at 2 separate hospitals. So really didn't have a lot of time to practice prior to the Kickoff Classic. Really didn't know how well she would bowl and ended up having one of the best weeks of anybody on tour. Made 2 shows. And then we took a little bit of a layoff between the Kickoff Classic and this event, and she's just picking up right where she left off.
I didn't have this.
Well, sometimes you need a break every now and then. It's a 7-bagger for McCarthy. Verity Crawley, after shooting 290, starts with the front 9, down on 3 and 4, leaves the 10-pin, shoots 279, so she's got 569 for her first 2 here this evening. Kelly with the front 8 now. So business starting to pick up. But it has been a pretty strange day. We've seen a lot of big scores. We saw a 300 game earlier today from Jody Shearer. Lots of 270s and 280s. But nobody really has been able to string together a bunch of good games, except for Verity Crawley starting out with 569 for her first 2 here tonight. And Erin McCarthy about to bowl a big game after starting with 245 in game number 1.
I don't know if anybody even really cares about this very much, but it used to mean a lot to me when I bowled events. Is, there are career high series ever in your life. What's your high series? And then there's this whole idea of bowling your highest series at the highest level on the hardest conditions in the world. And although I wouldn't call what they're bowling on here the most difficult of conditions, it's still a 2.3 to 1 ratio with a pretty low scoring pace with the talent level that we have in here. So it begs the question, what is Verity Crawley's highest series ever? And it might surprise us because she only bowls on tough stuff. Like Jillian Martin, when we were at the Hall of Fame or the Kickoff Classic, we found out she never bowled a 300 game, which is just astonishing. I wonder what Very's high series is, and if she puts together a big 3rd game here, it could be the highest 3-game set of her life.
Oh, baby. Roll the 2, roll the 4. Off that lane. Chance for 300 after the 140 for Kelly Kulik.
Yeah, she went from 69 over to 9 over, and now has a chance to jump back up to 109 over. So if you would have told her before the block, hey, Kelly, you're going to go 220, 220 the first 2 games, she'd have been like, all right, I'll take it. And that's essentially what she'd be doing if she can finish this game out.
What would you rather do, Mike? Would you rather go 140, 300, or would you rather go 220, 220?
Oh, I'd rather do what Kelly's doing.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to go down there now.
Okay. Number of folks in the chat talking about the big announcement coming tomorrow. New feature rolling out on Bowl TV. Looking forward to that. Think you guys are going to like it. So McCarthy getting up in the 10th. She has a possible 267. She's already in the lead at the moment. Kelly Kulik sitting down right now on the front 9. Looking for a big game to bounce back after that opening 140. Oh! Saw Kelly trip the 4 on that lane last time up. Now McCarthy with her own tripped 4. She carried a Brooklyn on that lane the last time, so I don't know if she didn't throw it well and maybe missed a little bit of a move there. But still got the strike, which is huge. Giselle Poss bailing out possible 2-teen here. That one was 10 back for McCarthy, so she'll be in the 260s. And another trip forward to finish up with 267 for Aaron McCarthy. We talked about kind of the up and down nature of the scoring pace here. And, you just look at 19 and 20, for example, and you see there's 180, 160, 180, 170. And then they look one pair over and there's 260 and a bunch of strings of strikes and a possible 300 game. You got to wonder, do I need to start pressing? All right, Kelly Kulik getting up here, 10th frame, 9 in a row. And she gets the 10th one. Mixes them up. She's had a few good breaks the last couple of frames, a trip 4, a rolled 2-pin. But she's had a few 10 backs as well. So 2 more to go. Trying to roll the second 300 game here at the PWBA Twin Cities Open. Jody Shearer bowled one earlier today. It's got to push. Oh, flush. No doubt about that one. So one more strike for Kelly Kulik, and she will shoot 300, which would be a great bounce back game after that opening 140. So 298 for Kelly Kulik. That one just got inside a target. No good break on that one, and you can't expect to strike on that one. But 298. That's a nice way to finish off after a rough start. 140 in the opening game. So Kelly right back in the mix. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're going to be switching the camera shots here and waiting for the players to move into their next pair. And while we wait for the ladies to move to their next pair and get our next group of players, just want to mention one of our great sponsors here at the PWBA Tour. Brunswick has been a proven industry leader for over 100 years. For more information, check out www.brunswickbowling.com. Thanks so much to Brunswick for their sponsorship of the PWBA Tour. Yeah, good question from James in the chat. Any giveaway prizes on this shift? We will be having another giveaway later on tonight. We will be doing an autographed PWBA souvenir program, the 2021 PWBA official souvenir program. So we'll get that fired up in a couple games here. And if you're just joining us, Verity Crawley has made a huge run here to start. She bowled 290 in her opening game right here in front of the live stream pairs, and then followed it up with the front nine and a 279. So all the way up to plus 218 after coming into the block tonight at plus 49. So could be as high as second place. We'll have to see what some of the other players bowled. So we get our game-by-game updates. Verity started the round in 30th place. And man, 2 quick games, she could be as high as second. So it looks like we're just waiting for one more pair to finish up their game number 2, and we'll get underway with game number 3 here. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Cedar Vale Lanes here in Eagan, Minnesota. We're in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. It's the 3rd time we've been to this facility since the relaunch of the tour in 2015. Brent Prentice and his great staff here have done a fantastic job of hosting. Incredible hospitality. Unfortunately, no spectators here this week due to the COVID protocols that are in place. But I hope you're all enjoying watching the action here on Bowl TV. Some folks in the chat asking about the history of the PWBA, and there was another organization called the LPBT for a time, which merged back with PWBA in 1998. So Roderick Stockard had the right answer on that one. But PWBA has been around since 1960. That's when it was first founded. It was relaunched by USBC and BPAA back in 2015 after a 12-year absence. And we are starting up game number 3 here. No live scoring this week, Betty. We do have game-by-game standings available on PWBA.com. And we've got 16 lanes of coverage going for you here on Bull TV. 32-lane facility. As you can see, we've got 4 lanes not in use right in the middle of the bowling center. Those lanes are right in front of the control desk. So out of the 28 lanes that are in action, we've got 16 of them here for you on Bull TV. And Amanda Vermilia gets us underway on game number 3 of tonight's 6-game qualifying round 2. Amanda had a nice start to the block tonight. She shot 234. We'll as soon as we have our updated standings, we'll run down the leaders. But if you hadn't had a chance to check out Amanda Vermilia's story, I strongly encourage you to check it out over on bowlersjournal.com. She was the cover story a few months back, and Jean-Marc Manzione did a fantastic job of profiling her struggles. One of the all-time great collegiate bowlers in the history of the sport, and then a number of health issues. And she's fought back from that to make a return to action here on the PWBA Tour. Incredibly inspiring story.
It's a really weird call, but so we're gonna eventually here. Then I end up you're gonna have to come down to home because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna take a reservation. So yeah, gotta be 100% this way or 100% this way. It can't be middle ground. There's no gray area. So and I'm like, hey, so the master. Yeah. He is a double master. I would do whatever. I'll be a shield. That doesn't tell you right there. It's coming. You know what I mean? He got it like probably 3 weeks ago. this long.
Jody Shearer's had an interesting day today. She was on our live stream pair earlier today, bowled a 300 game on 31 and 32. But other than that, it's been a little bit of a feast or famine. Jody's second high game of the day after the 300 this morning was 200. And then had games of 198, 178, 173, and 130. So that 300 helped her to get to minus 21 and still within striking distance of the cut, but she's going to need to have a big night tonight if she's going to want to stick around for the action tomorrow. Folks are asking about some of the players and how they did last game. We'll have a scoring update here in just a minute. We'll run through that, but it's also available on PWBA.com.
What's funny is he's up here during the day going 800s and 300s, and then he goes in the league and I pre-bowled my season up. We won our Tuesday. We won the championship. Now for Thursday, we just won the first points and qualified for all. Well, I have 701% here right now for my pre-ball for the road. So, yeah, there'd be some bad people, but whatever. I legitimately did it, so it wasn't like it was wonderful.
He's people every week decade. Up until the last season, every time we won, he holds a day, he practices a lot, so he should be, show what they are.
Nice start for Amanda Vermilia. And these players scout these pairs out, so they know that this pair was one that you can get some score on. We just saw Kelly Kulick come off this pair shooting 298 and Aaron McCarthy 267.
I got an update on Verity Crawley. Spare, strike, big four.
Yeah, Mike, we talked about possible high series, and the amazing thing about shooting 800 is even if you have 569 turning, you still need 231 the last game to shoot 800.
Crossing pairs, demanding condition, bad pin carry. Yeah. Tennille just dropped off scores for us. Aaron McCarthy, your tournament leader. We saw it right here, 267. So now she's plus 277. In second is now Verity, jumping up there, plus 218. In third, Abby Ragsdale, plus 197. Fourth is Sid Brummett at plus 182. Fifth is Jennifer Horkasak at plus 176. Shannon O'Keefe now up to sixth at plus 175. Shannon bowled 255 the last game. Dasha Kovalova's in seventh at plus 173. Missy Parkin in eighth at plus 169. Ninth, Maria Jose Rodriguez at plus 168. Stephanie Johnson is currently 10th at plus 155. 32nd position, the cut number is now at plus 36. 36, the cut number. It's gone down. "41 players are averaging 200 or more. Kelly Kulik moves up to 16th position. She now sits at plus 107 with that big 298 game.
Yeah, moves up 24 spots. And Verity goes up 28 spots in 2 games.
Once again, we're looking for the same stuff. I was just pulling that up to do that math. Good job, buddy.
And, Giselle Pass, who we said was, a roller coaster, her last 3 games have been 217, 219, 218.
Yeah, and if I pull out my calculator for the last 3 games, her average is, here, let me total it. Let me figure it out. Oh, it's 218.
Well, you said 660 was a good number for every 3. So that's pretty close to 660.
Sure is.
Good question in the chat about Verity, asking what lanes she is on this game. She's on 9 and 10, so she's not currently in front of one of our featured pairs, but she will be in game number 4.
This bowling center was built in 1979. The average income per year in 1979 was $17,500. The average cost of a new home in 1979 was $58,100. A gallon of gas was only 86 cents in 1979. And a Sony Walkman came out in 1979. It cost $200. And those of you that care about Toyota Corolla prices, back in 1979, a Toyota Corolla would have cost you $3,698. Michael Jackson's Off the Wall album also dropped August 10th, 1979. And JT, you want to know what else happened in 1979?
You were born?
I was born in 1979.
Wow. How about that?
I knew you guys were all wondering, where's he going with this?
That was also the year I started bowling, Mike. How about that?
That's awesome. I wonder if we have any athletes in the field that were born in 1979.
I think there might be one or two. Maybe. Not sure we want to give that away, though.
I know, that's the tricky part of it all. If I owned this bowling center, I would create some sort of combo meal or appetizer platter that costs $19.79.
I'll tell you what, Mike. I don't know if you knew this, but there is a player who was born in 1979 that's competing in the field this week.
I didn't.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if I'm surprised this has never come up before. Maybe it has, but the player who won this tournament the last time we were here was born in 1979.
That makes a lot of sense now that she won here.
Yeah. Yeah. Kenneth Taylor got it. Kenneth Taylor, he got the answer. Shannon O'Keefe. So maybe that's why she's had so much success in this building. She's made the last two stepladder finals. She finished third and then won it the last time we were here. But yeah, Shannon O'Keefe, 1979. Born the same year as Cedarvale Lanes.
Yes. Yes. And wouldn't you know, my first gig with PWBA is at Cedarville Lanes, and I was born in 1979.
But you're not going to make $10,000 this week, Mike.
I'm just going to let that one just pass right on over the booth and out the door. I love night bowling. I love broadcasting at night. It's so much more fun. Speaking of which, join us tomorrow morning, everybody. But all the fun happens at night.
Is night bowl, is that like night putting?
Yeah.
Caddyshack? Eric Waterman says it's just destiny. Shannon O'Keefe. Although she's won a lot of other titles in bowling centers that weren't built in 1979 as well. So could be a coincidence. Could be destiny.
Well, if Matt Cannizzaro was joining us on this broadcast, I would be sending him on a wild goose chase to find out what year every bowling center opened that Shannon O'Keefe has won in on the PWBA tour.
And he'd find it for you.
He'd be like, "Well, Michael, give me just a minute and I'll go look it up for you."
Matt getting ready for the Open Championships to start.
There was a beautiful photo of him in front of the masking units at South Point on the OC Facebook page. Make sure you follow the USBC Open Championships Facebook page. Matt does a tremendous job keeping that page updated with information about the event. And he really doesn't have to. He's got enough things to do, but he takes the time to be able to update people with things going on over there. And it's quite a fun follow. And it's been pretty dormant for a year for obvious reasons. And I really miss Matt's updates on that page. So go give that page some love. Open Championships right around the corner.
Yeah, that OC podcast has been fun to follow. A lot of great stories on that show. See if Amanda Vermilia can get a turkey here, then we'll switch over to one of our other pairs. Close. Check in on our tournament leader, Erin McCarthy. She's over there on lane 28. No trouble on the 10 pin for Aaron. Also get a chance to follow up on Kelly Kulik after that big 298. Mike, we've seen a bunch of 710s here today.
We have flat 710s.
But we haven't quite seen one that looks like that yet.
No, we haven't.
The old high flush 710.
Again, we're in the same brain because I saw that shot in front of us. We're a little early here, folks, and I'm like, that would be a fun one to talk about. And then just 3 seconds later, JT comes firing in with, we've seen a lot of 710s, Mike.
10 back for Kelly. Still has a possible 240 here in the third game of the night block.
Yeah, and that's with a big hole right in the middle of the game.
Nasty ring and 10 for Giselle Pass.
Yeah, I thought that one off her hand was perfect. Now here's Diana.
Oh,
Similar result. Notice the spare ball too that she's using and some of the other Storm staffers are using. It's a special edition striking against breast cancer bowling ball. Kyle Troop drilled one up, and I've seen a couple ladies use it here. Not the result Diana was looking for with that spare ball, but not the ball's fault.
Erin McCarthy just slamming 10 back. She's cruising. Wow. Just looked like a pretty good shot there from Kelly.
Yeah, just really touchy, man. If you're just off a little bit with speed or overhit it at all, it's got a really good chance of going high and paying the ultimate penalty. Now she's got a lot of work to do just to get to 200. And that's kind of it. It's feast or famine for a lot of people.
Gigi had one of the oddest frames you'll see last time up on this lane. Good shot there. She left the 1-3-6-8 and then looked like she made it on the Brooklyn side, but the ball bounced left of the 8 pin, and then the head pin went straight back and just barely missed the 8.
That is really bizarre.
Yeah, it was. It's hard to say if there's just no hold on this pair or if they're starting to hook mid-game.
Yeah, you said it earlier that you talked to the ball reps and, maybe the players started a little further inside this block. They could be seeing a transition that is different from earlier today based off of where the balls have traveled down the lane. Maybe it's time to make a big jump left, instead of a 3-2 or a 4-1 or whatever you're trying to do with your angle. Maybe it's a 10-5 move for some. I do think the farther right towards the track, and I'm not talking, way outside or anything, but the farther right you can play with a controlled bowling ball is going to give you optimal pin carry. When you move left and you got to cover that many boards and still get the angle to come back with such interesting kickbacks here, it's tough to carry.
Unless your name's Verity Crawley.
True that.
It'll be interesting. Verity was farther left than everybody at the end of the last block. She was crossing fifth arrow, and she started further left than everybody on this block. So it'll be interesting to see what her look is like here at the back half of this block.
Yeah, and if she's standing in the same spot and just balling down, or if she's, staying in a similar type ball and moving left the whole block.
I did happen to catch the end of her last block. She shot 2-teen, but it certainly looked like if she got the ball right, it labored. Whereas if they start a little bit further left, like they have, maybe that ball hooks around the corner. So she might even have a better look this time around. Certainly she doesn't have any issues getting the ball to turn the corner with her rev rate.
I have a Verity Crawley update. I watched her throw her first shot in a 10, and her bowling ball went out to the right and never came back, and she missed the head pin. For a washout, the best she can bowl is 190. Eric Vermilia told me down there that she has thrown 3 different bowling balls on that pair, and they look quite a bit different on that pair compared to what she saw on the last 2 pairs. So,
and Nick Hoagland chiming in on the chat. He said, if they started in earlier tonight, they will get more wiggly, especially from pair to pair. Someone who can move back to the right and play straighter may have a more consistent reaction from pair to pair. I think the key word there being may. And the best comment of the night from Eric Waterman: feast or famine is my everyday life, especially in bowling. Typically, mostly famine.
but it's the feast that keeps you coming back
Exactly.
because you want to taste it again.
We hear you, Eric.
Oh, Giselle just buried an 8-pin. Erin, our tournament leader, look where her feet are. She is not super far left. And she's got softer ball speed.
Don't mind me, Mike. I'm just going back in time to watch that solid 8. And she even posted it. Man.
I know.
Where we're going, we don't need roads. We just need a high road.
She's got one of those.
I know.
And I think that might have been what she left the solid 8 with. Yeah, I just like how Erin is playing this pattern kind of up the lane. She's got to be using some sort of controlled bowling ball.
Yeah, it's great. And then if they do start to hook a little bit and she's got a little bit of room to throw to, she can jump left and hook the lane.
Yeah, because she's certainly capable of doing that. So Giselle on the last shot left a solid 8.
Wow, back to back. Solid 8s. How about that? Something you don't see every day.
No, you don't.
One more.
Big 10th frame here for Kelly Kulik.
Yeah, if she could bail out 2-0 here, you would leave this pair. I don't know how you would even feel. Would you feel fortunate or would you feel upset? Because she's had a really good look. She's just got those 2 big old nasty splits in the middle of the game.
High flush. I think you'd feel good. And she went 140, then 298. Now going to split the difference.
Okay.
Nice bail out there from Kelly, and we're lucky to be joined by Mr. Nathan Bohr, Motive representative out here on the ladies tour. Nathan, what are you seeing tonight? And maybe what's the difference between what you're seeing on this block versus how they started in the morning?
Sure. I understand. First of all, before I get into that, I want to say hi to a team member, Stephanie Sheridan. She had a tragic loss last week. Want her to know that we're thinking about her. We can't wait for her to be out here and just give her a hug. We're really thinking about her. So Stephanie, can't wait to see you again. Hope you find some peace soon. Okay, now what was your question?
Yeah, just what are you seeing out here the first couple of games on this round versus what we saw in the morning?
Sure. Well, like most afternoon blocks, especially ones where a lot of the pins come from left of the track, the players will start the second block further left. So we kind of saw that. Saw a couple of higher scores early with players playing the part of the lane with the most shape. But what that's going to do is it's going to make the last couple of games kind of tricky pair to pair. And I think we're seeing that. This pair that they just came off of 27-28 with Aaron and Kelly and Giselle, I think they bowled about 300 over between the five of them, 250 over between the five of them last game. And then just kind of scrambling for even this game. So yeah, you'll see that pair to pair. Aaron said that this pair didn't have as much return as the last one, and so you got to can't move your feet right, so you got to move your eyes closer to the head pin. And if you're using a ball that wants to hook down lane, you got to move your feet a lot left. And I think we kind of saw that with Kelly. She finally got her feet far enough left. Made one shot where she didn't get it to the right spot in the eighth, and it cost her about 30 pins.
Yeah. So what do you see coming down the stretch? Do you think there's going to be a certain type of player that might have an advantage as we get later in the block here, or do you think it's just based on what pair you end up on?
I mean, I think a little bit of both, but if you've got good control over the shape of your ball from the 25 to 35 foot range, whatever that shape is, if you've got good control over it, you're going to be pretty successful, because that's where the most of the applied oil ends. And so the way your ball reacts off of that spot is really going to dictate how your night goes. So, I think this place has kind of shown the last few years that rev rate is kind of rewarded, because you got to play in the track, got to play left of the track. Can't really play up the track because it'll kind of slip through it the wrong way. So I can see a little bit more rev rate, but it's not going to be, I don't think, dominated by one or the other.
Gotcha. Now, we saw Maria and Aaron both bowl well at the kickoff classic. Aaron had a little bit more success. Maria maybe a little frustrated not to be able to get over the hump, but she bowled very well. What is going to be the key for Maria to continue bowling well here this week and make her first show of the season?
Well, just being out of the ITRC is going to help a lot. She, by the end of that week, she was happy that we weren't going back there for a while. But no, I mean, you've seen it. She bowled 180 game 2, but when she's locked in, she doesn't let that hurt her chances for next game, and came back with 260 last game. So as long as she's just focusing on ball motion and seeing her ball do the right thing through that part of the lane I mentioned earlier, she'll be in real good shape. And so far she's done that really well.
Awesome. Well, thanks for your time, Nathan.
Yeah,
We'll
sure.
let you get back to it, but good luck the rest of the way, and thanks for sharing your insight.
Great. Thanks, guys.
All right, folks, we're in game number 4 now. The ladies have made their way to their next pairs, and 3 more games here tonight before we know who our top 32 will be for tomorrow. We start at 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow here on Bowl TV. We've got 6 more games in the round of 32. Then we'll cut to our top 12. There'll be 6 more games, and then we'll cut to our top 4 for the stepladder finals, which will take place tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So hope you join us for that. Yeah. Randy Peterson, Stone 8, back-to-back for Giselle Foss. So get a chance to watch some different players here in game number 4. Missy Parkin, who we had some folks asking about earlier in the broadcast. She had a nice game down on the low end of the bowling center earlier in the block. Through our last scoring update, which was after 8 games, Missy was in 8th place. So as soon as we get a standings update through 9 games, we'll get that to you. Scores all available at pwba.com. And hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Bowl TV. So as mentioned, just 3 more games here tonight. And the field's starting to spread out a little bit. There are a couple of players who are starting to kind of figure out how to navigate their way pair to pair across the building. But still a lot can happen. There's 32 players that will make it to tomorrow, as we mentioned. But at this point, you also want to keep your eye on that 12th place number, which after 8 games was at plus 140. The number actually between game 6 and game 8 dropped by 6 pins. So it was 42 over after 6, now plus 36. So even though some players are figuring out how to hit them a little bit, there are a lot of other players that are going the opposite direction. And, you know, as Nathan mentioned, part of that is because the players had decided to start a little bit further left this evening. Brianna Clemmer had 278 in game number 8. So she jumped up the board pretty quickly. Was in 15th place going into game 9. Once we get the latest standings update, we'll let you know where she and the rest of the field stand.
Well, JT, the cut number is 36. You think it's going to go up, down? What do you think our cut number will be here tonight?
I think it's going to go up a little. I don't think it's going to go up. It's not going to double. I think you're probably looking at about 60.
I'm going to call out 52.
52? Okay. That's a good not round number.
I need Liz Johnson to get it going, though. She's going to make the show, like I said.
Yeah, Liz definitely had a rough start to the block here. 154, 190, the first two. And in jeopardy of now missing the cut. Brianna Clemmer's just, man, she's got a lot of firepower. She can throw it really hard. And I think that'll come in handy here tonight and the rest of the way.
JT, I love food, as you know. I think many people do. And I've really enjoyed DoorDash. It's been really nice to be able to get food delivered to me at different places, especially when I've been out of town. I was introduced to it at the Kickoff Classic. Well, there's another great invention that's taken place as well. It's called Standings Dash. It's when they bring the standings to you. And I just had a delivery.
Is there an app for that?
I don't know if there is or not yet, but it's pretty nice to be able to order standings and they just come right to you. So Erin McCarthy is your leader. She bowled 234 her third game for a 746 total to start this block. She is now 311 over. And second is Maria Jose Rodriguez. She bowled 688 and moves to plus 234. And third is Jennifer Hockersack. She bowled 716 and sits at plus 221. So nice bowling to Jennifer. Dasha Kovalova is plus 209 and fourth. She bowled 692. Verity Crawley, 747 to start. She is now in fifth at plus 196. Sixth place is Missy Parkin. She bowled 695. She's a plus 187. Stephanie Johnson bowls 669. She's in seventh at plus 182. And eighth, Abby Ragsdale bowled 667 to start. She's plus 175. Sid Brummett bowled only 610. She's fallen back a little bit. She's plus 173, but not out of it in ninth. And in 10th position, bowling 663 is Shannon O'Keefe. She's plus 169. That's your top 10. 32nd position, our cut score right now, plus 39. So the cut score went up 3 pins. Brianna Clemmer started out with 705. Stephanie Zavala bowled 700 and is now plus 95 and 19th. Danielle McEwen with 654 is now plus 80. She's in 23rd. Lauren Pate bowled 648 and has moved inside the top 32. She's in 30th now at plus 50. And those standings are available over at PWBA.com. So Erin McCarthy, almost an 80-pin lead, separating herself from the field.
Pretty impressive. And, this format, it's just all qualifying. So, you build up a lead, that's not going to go away. She can basically almost lock herself on the show if she can keep the foot on the gas for the last 3 games here.
I agree, my friend. Shannon Plahowski, also just another name to watch, outside of the cut number at plus 11. She's now 28 outside of the cut number. Opened up with 560. Also, if you're just joining us for tonight's block, we do have some new avatars available, new icons that you can use here on Bowl TV. You just go up to your profile and click on your picture, and there's a few PWBA ones that have been added in there. No black cloud yet, but I have put in the request for it. D Hinton 202 in the chat says, new to Bowl TV, love what I see thus far. Great job, everyone. Well, hey, we appreciate that. I think this is a good opportunity, too, to take a minute and just thank all the new subscribers. We've seen the numbers rolling in. A lot of you that are new subscribers, appreciate you checking out Bowl TV, whether you were just an event pass holder in the past or a monthly subscriber or may have stopped subscribing, but you're back. Bowl TV's got a slew of events coming up, and it's a great value if you love bowling. So thanks for signing up for Bowl TV. I think we have a giveaway that we still have coming up here on this squad that you'll have an opportunity to be a part of. We'll be doing that between now and the end of the block.
That's right, Mike. We'll be doing a 2021 PWBA souvenir program signed by our leader.
Hey, Jacob. 7 pin back up on lane 6. It's laying down there, yeah, but
James has a question about the live scoring, and I think we've talked about it a couple times, but really live scoring is available in centers that have the correct scoring system. It's not a separate software that PWBA has or USBC has or us up at Bowl TV have an opportunity to provide for you. It's just really a matter of whether or not the bowling center has the scoring that supports it. And every scoring system out there has its pros and cons. Let's face it, we've got some great innovators in the bowling industry that have come out with scoring systems over the years, and some of them integrate with live scoring and some of them don't. So we would love to have it at every event, especially up here in the booth. It makes it really easy for us to track what's going on in other parts of the bowling center. But it doesn't take away from the centers that agree to host events and put up dollars and put off paying customers to be able to host an event like this. So no live scoring for every event, not this one. A lot of times when we go to the much bigger establishments, they're suited for that, bowling arenas and whatnot. So good question, but that's the truth about live scoring. Yes, everybody. Missy Parkin in the chat is Drew, and probably Drew Jr. as well. Glad to see that you guys are able to actually run some businesses out there in California, Drew, and congratulations on getting involved with the bowling center. And Missy currently right now is in 6th position at plus 187. She opened up tonight with 695. So through 9 games, Missy's averaging 220.78. Got to be happy with that. Jen Higgins with a nice shot. Shannon Plahowski moving in a bit here since the last time I saw her execute a well-thrown shot. Answer.
No, sorry, Mike.
Yeah.
I can't see you from where I'm sitting, and
No.
we're both quiet for 2 minutes, and we both decide to talk at the same exact time.
The exact same time.
Yeah.
Well, it's because we were probably reading, right?
Yes, correct.
Well, why don't you answer one of them, and then I'll answer the other question.
Okay. Well, first question is, where's Aaron Smith? That's a good question. He is at the Women's Championships, which are opening this very day. So he'll be back next week for our Lincoln event. We miss Aaron very much. But again, look forward to having him back with us on the PWBA next week from the Bull TV studio.
We do, very much. He might be the nicest man in bowling.
He is very nice.
All right, I guess I'll tackle Eric's question, which is, Mike, does the PWBA or PBA ever do pro-ams? Back when I was a kid, they had pro-ams all the time. Now, as an adult living in New Hampshire, I don't really hear anything about them, but it would be really cool to roll with the pros. So the answer is, pro-ams were the bee's knees back in the day. No doubt. I feel you. How cool was it to be able to bowl with the pros and be around that packed bowling center, before the event? It was great. It was amazing. And then pro-ams over time have just kind of gone by the wayside. It's been more and more difficult for proprietors to get people to sign up in certain parts of the country. But in other parts of the country, pro-ams are always sold out and are amazing experiences still to this day. And both the PBA and the PWBA were doing pro-ams. And I remember some of the updates with social media now from some of the PWBA pro-ams, especially when the PWBA relaunched. There were some amazing pro-ams, and JT is going to be able to speak to that in a minute, as he was at a lot of them. But yes, because of COVID, currently pro-ams are not able to be done, but I'm sure there are going to be some opportunities for some pro-ams, because these proprietors get behind the pro-ams and they promote them and let all their league bowlers know about it. And we have some real fun with the bowlers in the area, and you have the opportunity to bowl with the pros. And I suggest to anybody that has an opportunity to do so in the future, when it does come back, that you do it, because it's not only a good value, but the pros are so personable. And with social media and whatnot, you'll have some memories to last forever, whether if it's just from being at the event or taking pictures or whatever. So JT, back to you.
Yeah, that's a good answer. And yes, there will be Bowl with the Pro events on PWBA as soon as we're able. And these ladies are so fantastic in that environment. I'm going to switch over for a moment and get a look at some of our other players. Check in on Maria Jose Rodriguez, who had a big 266 last game. She's still got a possible 235 here in game number 4 of this round 2 of qualifying.
I think she got away with one there. You could tell by her body language.
Came out of it a little bit, but still had pretty good direction on it coming off of her hand. And bowling's a game of misses.
Maria made match play at the Masters, and we thought there was maybe going to be a potential matchup between her and Nathan Bohr.
That would have been awesome.
Didn't come to fruition, but we were trying to hype that. Also, everyone, if you're looking for some additional content, some expanded content, over on Instagram, PWBA Tour on Instagram, Caitlin Nelson's here in the building, and she's assisting us this week, and she's been putting a lot of content out over on Instagram, and I've seen a lot of the ladies sharing it on their own timelines as well. She's got a goal of about 100 stories a day, and she comes close to it almost every day, and you can really see from beginning to end of the day a nice recap of what's going on here in the bowling center. And yes, she's filming down on lanes that are off camera as well, so you never know when there could be a new update over on the Instagram story, so make sure you check that out. We got a request on a Deandra Asbeatty update here. She came into this block. She bowled 1276, 76 over for her first 6 games earlier. She's 19 over through 3 games. This block. She's down on lane 7 and 8, so she's not on camera right now. She'll be on 9 and 10 the next game, also out of camera. But she'll, in game number 6, she moves to the right side of the house. You'll be able to catch her. She's on 15 and 16. You'll be able to catch her a little bit on either a PWBA 1 or PWBA 2, as you can see left or right. Some pairs that are outside of camera range, and 15 and 16 is one of those as well. So, but Deandra's in 19th right now. She's well inside the cut number, which is 39 currently. She's plus 95. Question about Shannon O'Keefe. Next game, she's on 17 and 18. And then the game after, she'll be on 27 and 28. So she will be on PWBA number 2 next game. And then PWBA number 3 channel the following game. Amanda Vermilia up in the 10th frame looking for 225. She's in 13th at plus 130. Lives about 10 minutes from here. Nice game by Jody. She likes the camera. 232.
There we go. I think we got it. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome, awesome. One of the Minnesota legends, right here on Bull TV for you, Mr. Matt
Yeah.
McNeil.
Yes, sir.
So, what are you seeing out there? We talked to Nathan Bohr a little while ago about kind of the difference between tonight versus this morning. Seems like players started a little bit further left. What are you seeing out there among your players?
Yeah, they when the lanes came back, or when the ladies came back, I think the pattern felt like it played about 3 feet shorter, but you couldn't go up it and you couldn't stay out, so everybody was forced in quicker. The angles have to be very steep right now. You got to be steep through the front really treat 10 like the gutter, and just get it there steep, get it there quick, and then have it round up off of there. And I think that's why we're seeing people struggle, is just because that's usually not something that ladies encounter. They really never encounter these types of playing conditions. So it's always a pretty big test for a lot of them anyways, especially ones with lower rev rate and that are more speed dominant, to figure out how to give the lanes what they're looking for.
Gotcha. Now, which players are you working with most specifically currently right now?
We got, for our tour team for Storm here, we got myself, Hank Boomershine, and Steve Jacobs. And Steve's kind of been in the low bay, and Hank's in the middle bay, and I've kind of been in the high bay. So we've just been kind of whoever's been shuffling through in front of us, we kind of give them the reads that we got on the pairs, and then just help them go through their decision-making process, and just kind of be there to facilitate that if they have any questions or need any other information. But really just trying to keep control of the pocket, trying to keep a nice smooth ball reaction front to back, and really just focus in on making spares and making a lot of good choices here.
Gotcha. Now, did you guys decide on that strategy because you knew that pair to pair this bowling center would play a little bit more interesting? You just felt like it was better to have some folks that were accustomed to how those pairs were playing stationed?
Yeah, I practice here quite a bit. I live about 15 minutes up the road, so I've bowled here pretty much my whole life, so I know how different pair to pair they can be here, and so I felt that was the best strategy, is just to, if we put a rep in each bay, then we can really understand what the pairs are doing, and the kind of the lane-to-lane specifics, and that way we can communicate that with the players, and just try to be a little more effective that way.
Do you find that at this bowling center that certain bays play similarly amongst one another, or is it basically different every pair that you encounter?
I think the bays have their own characteristics. The high bay is a little cleaner through the front. You can play more overall shape in the high bay. The middle bay tends to hook a little more up front, be a little tighter down lane, and then the low bay tends to hook earlier and then just have a little more overall hook. So just kind of navigating those the three bays, and then the lane to lane. In the low bay, generally the left lane is tighter on every pair. On the high side, generally the right lane is tighter across the bay. So there's, it's a lot for the players to juggle. It's a lot for the reps to juggle. So that's those are the things that make our sport very very interesting. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, unique for sure. All right, Matt. Well, thanks for the insight. It certainly does explain why we're seeing, kind of certain players hitting certain pairs and then going to the next pair and struggling. So thanks for the insight, and good luck the rest of the way here today.
Thanks, JT. Appreciate it.
Yep. That's Matt McNeil representing Storm here this week. And we've had a really tough time trying to figure out, which types of players are going to do well. It seems like, a lot of different players are able to score at certain times, and then they'll run into a pair where they just really can't figure anything out. And so it's been an interesting day. The only one really able to kind of look like she can navigate her way across the building without too much trouble at all has been Erin McCarthy. After 9 games, she was our leader at plus 311, and a 77 pin lead over Maria Jose Rodriguez, who we saw in our previous game on our featured pair, shot 212. So just 2 more games left until we make our cut to the top 32. Mike Flanagan back here in the booth with me, and Mike, what do you think we're going to see here this last couple of games?
Man, it just seems like it's just going to be right down to the wire on this cut line. And then everybody will have a chance to reset and come back tomorrow and make a move to get into the top 12. But that's a big cut. I mean, you go from 65 to 32, which I understand, but then a 6-game dash tomorrow to get into the top 12. So if I'm a player in it to win it here, and I look at what my looks like out on the lanes, I'm thinking about 12, right? So 214.67 average right now for 12, and you've got a handful of ladies that are averaging 210 or better. So, but for a cut number, I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players within 40 pins of the cut number outside looking in. And there's some good players below the cut number. So it's going to be down to the wire. The one piece of little tidbit I have for you is, these bowling ball companies, they really pride themselves on wins. It's all about getting the W for the week, and it's like a family out here. They're rivals with each other, but they're also the best of friends. The ball reps and all the people that work for the companies. And I just couldn't help but walk over to Nathan Bohr, who had a little smirk on his face. He's pretty happy and giddy. And I was talking about Aaron, and he goes, if you look at the leaderboard, I'm not having a bad day. He's got Aaron McCarthy and Maria Jose Rodriguez at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a lot of players out here on his staff. So I'm happy for Nathan today. And he also told me that they're like the 2 easiest people to work with in the world. He says my job is easy.
Yeah, when they're 1-2, they are.
But that's just something I wasn't even thinking about. I wasn't even thinking about that at all. But just walking up to him and having a little conversation. I'm looking forward to being out here for a few weeks because the more you're around it, the more you kind of get a vibe and a feel of what's going on. And I think that's what you were talking about yesterday, and I was talking about too, about kind of like being the first day of school with the PWBA back after a few months off and getting everybody back out here. Season really settles in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the kickoff classic was fantastic, but it was really just a quick jaunt, and then we had quite a bit of time off before this one. But this is we're back to being a tour now, and that the tour has a different set of preparations that you go through. You really I'm sure a lot of these players are really excited to be back, but the ones that are more experienced, like the Shannon O'Keefe's who are watching here right now this game, she knows what a marathon bowling on a tour turns out to be. And you make all these cuts and you're bowling a lot of games every week, and on very difficult conditions. It's a marathon.
Yeah, and it's fly in on Thursday, practice on Thursday, bowl all day and all night Friday, and then hopefully bowl all day and all night on Saturday and fly out Sunday morning. And there it is. There's the schedule. That's the tour right there in a nutshell. My score dash order just arrived. Tournament leader is Aaron McCarthy at plus 337. Maria Jose Rodriguez is still second at plus 246. Joshua Kovalova is now in third at plus 233. Verity Crawley is in fourth. She bowled 230 the last game at plus 226. Fifth, Missy Parkin making a move up to fifth, plus 214. Abby Ragsdale's now in sixth at plus 208. Seventh is Jennifer Hockersack at plus 206. Eighth is Shannon O'Keefe, who we're watching, at plus 182. Ninth is Sydney Brummett at plus 170. 10th is Jordan Richard at plus 169. She just bowled 257. Stephanie Zavala, she has made a huge move here, JT. She was 5 under starting this block, and through 4 games, she is now up to plus 137. And that was with a 199 start. Her last 3 games, 256, 245, 242. She is moving up the leaderboard.
Wow, nice run.
She's got the 3rd highest 4-game total. Verity leads at 977 on this squad. 972 is Aaron McCarthy. And as I said, third, Stephanie Zavala plus 940 or 942 plus 142 for the block. The cut number is now plus 40.
Well,
up from plus 39.
Yeah, so 52 still out there. Brianna Clemmer with a nice shot there for a turkey.
It went from 36 to 39 to 40. That's been the pace it's been going up.
Slowly creeping.
Outside the cut number, Valerie Bercier is plus 36. Taylor Boltice plus 32. Josie Barnes plus 30. Caleb Andy plus 23. Lauren Pate plus 20. Shannon Plahowski plus 14. Caitlin Johnson plus 12. And Estefania Cobo plus 6. Those are your players that are plus. 40 of them in total. 32 is our cut number.
But my balance was better with them.
Yeah.
You did? What? Wish I could have saw fish.
Julia Bond with a spare and a 3-bagger. She's just above the cut line. Could use a big game here to push herself up the leaderboard. Give herself some breathing room for game number 6. Also try to position herself a little closer to that top 12 number to make a run tomorrow.
Yeah. Don't put them where these are.
Rod in the chat said, I believe this is Stephanie Zavala's PWBA debut. And I just asked her because she's right here. And she said that this is her first tournament as a member, but she bowled in Tucson last year and the Queens.
Man, that's pretty. Brianna Kleber, spare four-bagger. And she's just slowly moving up the leaderboard. Both games at 205, 278, 222, and 214 here this evening. Caitlin Johnson needs to get things going here. She's currently on the outside looking in. She's at plus 12 with 2 to go. And shooting in the 180s so far this game. It's going to be important to bail this game out, give herself a chance to make that cut coming up in Game 6 of tonight's round 2.
Missy Parkin with another strike. Looking good.
Wow. That's impressive.
Five-bagger.
Can you guys tell that I think Brianna Clemmer's pretty good?
My cousin on Facebook.
That's because she is.
That's perfect, though.
In my mind, she's got the kind of a game and mentality that she could win out here very quickly. You know, some players, it takes them a while to kind of move up the different levels, you know, learn how to make a cut, learn how to make a step ladder, learn how to win in the stepladder, but she seems like a player that can just jump over all those hurdles and get a title right away.
Kind of like Julia Bond.
Yeah, like a Julia Bond or a Jordan Richard or a Wendy McPherson. Players who just came right out and were able to capture titles right away.
But those things were not supposed to go in your pocket. So there.
She came up through the McKendree program and got to watch Shannon O'Keefe be a dominant player out here on tour. She learned a lot of things from watching her, but also getting to bowl team trials every year against the pros. And she's had a number of dominant performances in that event that would indicate that she's not afraid to come out here and win right away.
Right. Yeah, you're in a different. Yeah.
I like happy now. You're welcome.
Huh. Just so solid.
My text just
Such a solid game. You can hear some of the folks that are the staff here at the front desk. They're saying she's just so fun to watch. Shannon O'Keefe trying to navigate her way through this pair. She's just so good at keeping the ball in play. And when she doesn't have a great look on a pair, just grinding it out, shooting 2-0, moving on to the next pair. Or maybe even finding a little something the last few frames to bail out 220 or 230. A lot of players after a bunch of 10 pins, like we've seen Shannon leave, would make a ball change here. But, that brings 160 into play. And Shannon knows that she's got time. She could just try to make better shots and then get a look at another ball later in the game. So we'll see what she does.
I just walked the building, JT, and Verity Crawley has a max score of 280 through 8 frames. And Danielle McEwen can still bowl in the 260s heading into the 8th frame. All right, Brianna. 7 in a row for Brianna Klimmer. Again, after tonight's qualifying, we will cut to the top 32. Currently, right now, the cut number is plus 40. Plus 40. If you want to see how your favorite bowler is bowling, you head over to pwba.com. All right, 2-4-10 conversion for Caitlin Johnson. She needs every pen she can get on the outside looking in. She's only plus 12 with 2 to go here. pwba.com will give you everything you need.
Yeah, I'll tell you, being 30 pins back of the number and lost in the middle of the second to last game is not a fun place to be. Shannon O'Keefe finally gets a strike. It looks like she may have made a ball change there. I mean, part of why you would throw different bowling balls on your fill ball is to kind of understand, if you do make a change, what that other ball is going to do. So that's why you see great players like Chris Barnes was a master of this. He would just cycle through bowling balls and never miss the pocket, but he would cycle through bowling balls until he finally saw one that went through the pins the right way. And then once he did that, he'd reel off a few 250s and 260s and jump up the leaderboard. So great players just control the pocket and they wait for their opportunities. And when they get them, they take advantage of them. Ooh. She's just so solid. Such great fundamentals.
Yep, great shot. Great shot out there. Still 269 left.
Her balance is absolutely perfect.
She shoots her spare without the arm out to start.
Yeah, I never noticed that before. I wonder if she even knows that. I wonder if that's intentional or if it's something she maybe doesn't even notice. There's, a lot of interesting things in sports that, athletes sometimes don't pay attention to or don't notice. There was a funny story that I saw on YouTube a while back where Andre Agassi was talking about playing against Boris Becker. And the first 3 times he played Boris Becker, he lost to him. But then he realized that Boris Becker had a tell when he would serve. He noticed that when he would throw the ball up, if he put his tongue out to the middle of his mouth, he would serve to the body or down the middle. And when he put his tongue to the left, he would serve out wide. And once he figured it out, he was able to, adjust and return the serve and basically control serve. But his big thing was he didn't want Boris Becker to know that he knew. So sometimes he would just let Boris Becker win a point or two, just so he didn't know that what Agassi was doing. And then when Agassi had a key point, he would look for the tongue and win the point and end up winning the match. And he ended up winning 9 out of his last 11 matches against Boris Becker the rest of his career. And Boris Becker had no idea that this was happening. Agassi said, and I never let him know until we were both retired. And then we had a beer one time, and I told him, and Boris Becker almost fell out of his chair. He didn't even know he was doing it.
That's a great story. I never heard that one before.
Yeah, I love that story. And it just kind of shows you the gamesmanship that happens in all sports. You know, I know, you know, we sometimes don't like to talk about it. We think, you know, bowling, those things don't happen. But, boy, I'll tell you, these players know what their fellow players, they know if a player likes to bowl fast or slow. And, you know, in a match game situation, they might slow down the pace if it's not to their liking. So there is a lot of gamesmanship that happens in bowling. There's an incredible amount of strategy, certainly with lane play. A couple Big 10 frames coming up for a few of these players. This one right here is huge for Caitlin Johnson. She can still bail out 216, and that would be big. She hasn't hit this lane all game. Wow, disaster. Big messenger for Brianna Clemmer. She can still shoot 269. Kovalova can shoot 216. 2 more strikes. Wow, stone 7. But I'll tell you that open frame there for Caitlin, you know, it's going to make it almost impossible for her to make the cut. Now she'll be best she can get is 182 this game, and that'll put her -6 going into the last game. She'll need a really big game, but I think she'll learn that, you know, sometimes when you have a lane like that you can't hit, and she's been high and light, you know, alternating back and forth. You just get to a point where you say, all right, I know what I need to do on this lane, and I just need to make the best possible shot and just take a guess and will my way to a strike and get past this one lane and then hit my good lane in the 10th to get through this with 212. And, you know, that's I think the thing that Shannon O'Keefe has gotten great at over her career. She just understands when it's time to forget about ball motion and just make a great shot. And that's, I think, what you need to do to keep staying alive as these cut rounds go on. Because, you know, players of this caliber, they can find a way to shoot, you know, see what Verity Crawley did to start the block tonight. You know, 569 for her first 2 games, and then now bowling another 280. These players are that good to where if they figure something out and find something, if they can just keep surviving each round of the tournament, it gives them a chance to catch lightning in a bottle and possibly win.
I agree with you 100%.
Well, that's boring. But thank you.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Caitlin to go over to her better lane and strike out for 182. Go over to another pair. She's bowling with some tremendous bowlers that are pretty lined up and are doing well in the standings. And bowl 260 the last game and come jumping off the approach with their arms swinging, being like, well, I don't know how I made it, but I did.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's been a winner at every level. She's been a great player. And maybe I think she probably does understand that, hey, I needed to strike there in the 9th frame. I just needed to find a way to get it. And part of that is, developing kind of a go-to shot when you need a strike. When the tournament is on the line and you have to have a strike, you have to have a go-to shot. And you also have to understand how your body will react to, the nerves of needing a strike. But, Liz Johnson has a go-to shot. She throws that high, hard one when she needs it. Shannon O'Keefe, same thing. But those things are developed. Julia Bond will be in the 2 teens, 215 there with a 9 count. So she'll be plus 72. So fairly safe as far as the cut is concerned, but she's going to want to pick up a few pins to shave off some of that deficit between where she is now and 12th place heading into tomorrow. And Shannon O'Keefe just has found a way to bail this game out. Yeah, and that's why she's so great. When she has a chance to bail a game out on a lane that she hasn't had all that great a look on, she just finds a way to get a strike.
Yeah, that lane hasn't been good for anybody on this pair necessarily. But you're right. Shannon goes up and high flush, a little higher than she would have liked, but gets that patented 4-pin trip.
I was giving you a hard time. I can't believe you moved. It's $5 per picture.
And she leaves the 3-6 there, but the first shot in the 10th there was the big one. Because you get that one and you avoid the open in the 10th frame and the 30 or 40 pin swing. And you could tell she did not love her look on that lane. She was just very happy to get off this pair with 220.
Yep. That's a perfect grind game. Pick your spares. Move down to 29 through 32. Stephanie Zavala had a really nice game going. Started with the first 4. Finishes with only 183, though. 185, sorry. Carrie Smith can still bowl 216. Carrie Smith is plus 99 coming into this game.
Good job, Carrie. Good work, girl.
Now Sid Brummett stepping up. She's inside the top 10. She's been towards the top of the leaderboard throughout the entire day. She went 163 over her first 6 games. Only 7 over tonight puts her at plus 170. Can't quite carry the 10. Can still get to 213 though. One game to go. We cut to the top 32. Covers it up.
I don't know how we ever booked 18 blocks. I'm like, this is taking forever. We're going 6 games. Those were dash marks. Yeah, what the heck?
So maybe we need those 2 minutes. I like that.
211 for Sid.
That was just a fake. Yeah, that's overall. I was looking, I'm like, what's that doing?
Don't forget, continuing coverage of the PWBA Twin Cities Open resumes tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. 6 more games. After those 6 games, we'll cut down to the top 12. We'll come back at 3:30 Eastern for 6 more games of qualifying. Then we'll cut it down to 4. Our top 4 for stepladder finals live here on Bowl TV at 7 p.m.
Agreed. 32 is 3 more.
Game number 6 underway. We got Danielle Lee, Liz Johnson, Alexis Nair, Rena Saibo, and Clara Guerrero on 19 and 20. Sandra Gongora, Danielle McEwen, Danielle Young, Jackie Evans, and Jill Creamer on 17 and 18. And yes, we do have one giveaway during this block. We'll be doing that here shortly when JT gets back.
Folks in the chat asking about one more giveaway, and the answer is yes, there is. We will be raffling a 2021 PWBA souvenir program, which will be signed by our tournament leader. And we'll be doing that later here this game. Final game of the night, the cut game. Once we get our standings dash update, we'll figure out which one of these players that we have on our featured pairs are fighting for a spot in tomorrow's action. We'll get that story right to you. We'll get right on it, and we'll see which players come away with the chance to continue on in this tournament tomorrow.
All 32 also get checks, which is pretty cool. I mean, that's a pretty nice ratio. Almost 50% cashing ratio. Score Dash just showed up with my order.
Here we go.
So this is kind of boring, but Aaron McCarthy's leading the tournament at plus 363.
Unless you're Aaron McCarthy.
She's 198 over for her 5 games tonight. It's almost 240. Verity Crawley bowled 278 the last game. So Verity's bowled 290, 279, 178, 230, 278. 1255 her block total for 5. That's 250 a game, by the way. 251 a game.
With a 170.
Yep. she's
crazy.
She's plus 304. She's in second. A little bit ways back, Dasha Kovalova is plus 239. Maria Jose Rodriguez in fourth at plus 230. Fifth is Brianna Klimmer after that 268 game. She's at 214 over, tied with Missy Parkin. Seventh is Shannon O'Keefe at plus 207. Eighth is Stephanie Johnson. So Shafani, 7th and 8th. Stephanie Johnson plus 202. Ninth, Jordan Richard at plus 182. 10th, Sid Brumman at plus 181. Amanda Vermillion is just a pin back of that. Then there's a little bit of separation down to 12th and Abby Ragsdale plus 163. However, the number that we really care about at the moment is 32nd position. And that cut number now, JT, has not gone up. That number has gone down to plus 26.
Wow.
Jackie Evans plus 26. Taylor Boltice is in 31st at plus 27. Then it doubles at 30th position. Courtney Ermish plus 54. So again, 30th is plus 54. 31st is plus 27. 32nd is plus 26. Ashley Galante has bowled 176, 179 her last 2 games to fall beneath the cut line at plus 22. Jasmine Snell, Josie Barnes are at plus 19 each. Caleb Andy plus 16. Lauren Pate plus 9. Shannon Plahowski plus 7. Jen Higgins plus 1. Estefania Cobo even. Taylor Bailey minus 1. Diana Z minus 8. Rocio minus 16. Caitlin Johnson minus 19. Clara Guerrero minus 20. So a lot of players here. I'm naming off names. A lot of players can get in there.
Crazy last game coming up. And here is the player of the hour, really tonight, Verity Crawley. She's not worried about making that cut.
No, sir. And we also got to look at Caitlin Johnson, who's trying to make a run at making it into this cut. And has got 1 strike through 3 frames.
Well, she's still alive, but she's not going to be able to miss too many more times if she's going to want to be hanging around for tomorrow. Speaking of Caitlin Johnson. But a little bit of good news for her is that number went down. So there's a lot of players between her and the numbers. She's 45 pins back. And if she were to go off the sheet here, she'd shoot 267. And that would put her at plus 48, which would probably be enough. Also going to get to watch Jordan Richard, who was our early leader earlier in the day. And she's climbed her way back up. After 179 in game 2 tonight, she shot 212, 257, 213. So she's back up into the top 10. But we'll get to watch Ashley Galante come down the stretch. And she's currently 1 spot outside the number at plus 22. Julia Bond at plus 72, trying to solidify her position. She's currently 91 pins behind 12th place, so big game here would help her quite a lot going into tomorrow. Verity, you can see how far left she's starting there on lane 25. And wow, she's got all the hits working right now. The trip 4, the shaker.
Do you remember how I told you at the Masters, Norm Duke winked at me?
Yes.
And he had like a really good look, and then he lost to Barnes and then was completely defeated. And the wink didn't mean anything at that point.
Yes.
Because of Barnes' kryptonite. Well, I was walking down the concourse a little bit ago on one of my adventures, and Verity was just kind of booking it down the concourse with her coat on, and she saw me from about 10 feet away. She immediately raised her left arm for knuckles, and as I went by, I gave her knuckles. Now, I don't know what that means. Probably nothing. but you could just tell that she was very confident and in a really good mood, which is always a good thing.
Except for Norm Duke. Whoa, Mike, what did you do? She almost threw it in the gutter.
Well, JT, there's a ghost down lane that pushed that ball past the break point.
The ghost of Norm Duke's Masters hopes.
I used to tell people that sometimes when I would bowl and I make such an errant shot and somebody would make the dumb comment, "What happened there?" And I'd say, "Oh, yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. There's a ghost in this building that hangs out by the break point once in a while and just pushes your ball in the wrong direction." Are you serious, man? Or I tell them there's an air conditioner unit on the building that's leaking oil, and it came through the ceiling tile and came down the lane. In high school, I got picked on a little bit for being a bowler and being a nerd at the same time. So one time I decided to mess with some guys, and I said, you guys can give me a hard time about bowling, but the outdoor bowling, that's a lot tougher. And they're like, "Oh, really? You do outdoor bowling?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got special cleats for different conditions depending on what's going on for the approaches." And they believe me. And you wouldn't need cleats, right? I mean, to bowl, you got to slide.
People will believe anything these days. But Ashley Galante is going to need to figure out a way to get the 10-pin out on this pair.
She is. She is a player to definitely watch here on the outside looking in.
Wow, Julia Bond with a 5-6-10. She nearly makes it. Probably not a spare she shoots that very often. Shannon O'Keefe trying to pile up a few more pins next to her name heading into tomorrow. We've already mentioned her success in this building. She's the defending champion in this building and also has a third place finish in the other event that was held here. Well, let's see if Verity can bounce back after that miscue.
I'm going to go check a few scores here really quick.
Okay. O'Keefe with a 4-pin. There goes Verity. Man, we went from talking about how she's carrying everything to all of a sudden an ugly frame in the 5th, and that was stone 8. How quickly things can change in bowling. All right, starting to get to be do or die time here for Ashley Galante. Can't quite shake out the 4-pin. Was looking for a double there. So with the spare, Ashley will be on a 199 pace through 7 frames, but still can go off the sheet for 229, and I think that would put her in safely.
Okay, JT, can we talk through this?
Yes.
Okay, Taylor Boltice is pacing to bowl 230 through 8 frames. She had a really big game going, then she left a split, but she can still she's pacing in the 230s. I mean, like, really good game. And currently she is in 31st. So she looks like she's going to be able to hang in there. So then that means there's one spot left. And Jackie Evans is not bowling a good game. She's pacing 170 with 2 frames to go. So you got Ashley Galante at plus 22. What's happening here with Galante?
She's on a 199 pace through 7, possible 229.
Jasmine Snell is over here on 31 and 32. And she just bowled over here.
Yeah, and Jasmine Snell bowling a big game right now. She's got 5 baggers, spare, strike.
So right now that looks the best. Josie Barnes is on 13 and 14 and is bowling an okay game. Up next is Kayla Bandy, and I scratched her. She is not bowling a good game. Lauren Pate can strike out for 224 in the 9th and 10th frame, but that doesn't look like it's going to be enough with the score being posted by Snell. I did not get a Shannon Plahowski update, who's plus 7.
She's bowling on the same pair with Jasmine Snell and not bowling a great game. She's in the 180s.
And Diana has 258 left through 7 frames, down on 7 and 8. And Gigi Mason has the front 7 down there just for she's well in the cut, but she does have the front 7, so something to keep an eye on. So it looks like Taylor Boltice is probably going to get in, and then it looks like Jasmine Snell right now. I'm gonna get another update on Diana and on Gigi, and I'll get you a Boltice final game here. Boltice is on a featured pair as well, 11 and 12.
Okay, let's flip over to our other featured pair, and let's watch Jasmine Snell come down the stretch. Plahowski is up on lane 32. And we mentioned that she's struggling a bit this game in the 180s currently, and looks like she'll be just short of the cut. And while we wait, let's go back over to Ashley Galante. She's up in the 8th frame, still a possible 229. So big shot here for her. Oh, man. Stone 8, and then the messenger comes back and misses it. So brutal. Plahowski shooting this 4-7 here on 32, and then Jasmine Snell will be up. Also get a chance to watch Brianna Clemmer. She's got another big game going. Fortunate to break up the split, but if she can make the spare and go off the sheet, she could still be in the 240s.
Taylor Baltice finished with 211. She's at plus 38.
So Jasmine Snell plus 19 and can go off the sheet for 258 here.
The best Jackie Evans can bowl is 189, and that would require her to throw the last 4 strikes. She's currently the number at plus 26.
Well, Jasmine Snell is in good shape to pass her, assuming she can make this spare and mark in the 10th. She'll be in the 230s. And let's go back over to Ashley Galante.
Again, Taylor Baltice is finished at 38 over.
And Snell actually missed that 4-pin. So the best she can shoot is 236 now. She's got 206 in the 9th. Wow.
Lauren Pate finishes at plus 10, not enough.
And if Ashley Galante could make this spare and go off the sheet, she'll shoot 205, and that would put her at plus 27. So what were you thinking the number was, Mike?
52.
So Jasmine Snell needs to go off the sheet to get around that number.
Yeah, it's not going to be that high. I'm thinking Taylor Baltice at 38.
So Jasmine Snell would need a mark to pass 38. Jasmine Snell just needs 220 or better to get above plus 38.
The only other wild card here in this is Josie Barnes at 19. And I need to check on Jen Higgins.
Jen Higgins just finished with 2. She'll be in the 230s. She's throwing her fill ball here on lane 32.
So what did Higgins finish at?
She shot 235.
So she's plus 36.
Wow. So this is going to be a big 10th frame coming up here for Jasmine Snell. Basically needs a mark. So it looks like Jasmine Snell's going to need a mark here to make the cut to tomorrow. Shakes him up, leaves a 7-pin. So it looks like she'll need to make it. If she can make it and strike, she would shoot 226. That would put her at plus 45, and it looks like that would be enough.
From the field reports here, JT, Josie Barnes not enough, Diana not enough.
Just wanted to show Verity Crawley's last shot, 199 for Verity, so super block for her. And we'll talk to Verity after we wrap up here. So just good count here for Jasmine Snell, and she'll go around Taylor Bullties. And then it's up to some of those other folks that are on the low end of the house as to whether she's going to make it. But 4 pins or better here. And 225. So Jasmine Snell finishes at plus 44. And we'll have to hang around here to see if that's enough.
So a close cut number out there. In the 30s after 12 games. We'll be talking to Verity Crawley here in just a few moments. Abby Ragsdale just finishing out here. Abby in good shape. She's in 12th coming in to this game at plus 163. Feels good to throw the last four for 198. Finish out her day on a positive note. Just a reminder, before we talk to Verity Crawley, we will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern for qualifying round number 3. 6 more games for the top 32. Then we'll do another cut. We'll get down to the top 12 at 3:30 Eastern. Then immediately after, we'll come back. Shouldn't be too long, 7 o'clock Eastern. Be back with our stepladder finals. Remember, it's the top 4 in the stepladder finals. We will crown a champion Saturday night. And everyone that stuck around this long, don't forget, we still got our giveaway. We're going to be doing our giveaway here right at the end of the block. Wanted to give you guys a cliffhanger here.
Boy, Mike, we made him wait to the last possible minute, didn't we?
We sure
For
did.
that giveaway. Only the diehards get a chance. But the giveaway's up. Counting down. Get ready to turn your entry in. And we'll also get a chance to talk to Verity Crawley before we sign off for the night.
So if you have her ball, return it to her, please.
All right, everybody, giveaway here. Make sure you get your entry in for the giveaway. We're giving away an autographed PWBA book signed by Aaron McCarthy. Got 30 seconds left on the giveaway. Just a few seconds left on this giveaway. That's what you get for sticking around the end of the block. Better chances to win. Katie Jensen really wants this, she says. Looks like we got a winner. All right, JT, congratulations to Susan.
Susan Dunaway, congratulations. And we're just waiting for Verity Crawley to come by for a quick interview, talk about her fantastic block here tonight. We'll hang out also maybe to get the score, the final cut number for our round of 32 that'll start tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time right here on Bull TV.
Okay, now joining us is Verity Crawley. Verity, before we get into anything today, it's just great to see you out here bowling.
Thank you. It is so good to be back.
Talk a little bit about just how tough that was to not be able to come over here and compete back in January and not be able to even bowl at all.
It was hard. It was really weird. It was very unexpected. I had been preparing and planning to be bowling the tour stop in January, and it was about a week before that I had to decide that I wasn't going to be there. So that was really difficult. And obviously I went back to the UK, which was completely shut down. So it was even worse in that aspect that I literally couldn't bowl for nearly 3 months.
Couldn't bowl for 3 months, and you have an incredible block here today. Did you have any prep at all to be able to come into this event once you got over here?
Yeah, so I'm very lucky that I had 3 weeks. The way I planned to come over, I was able to somewhat at least have a little bit of time on the lane. So I had 3 weeks of training, some rough practices, but I also tried to bowl some tournaments as well, just to get as much preparation as possible. And I kind of had to come in with the mindset of I've been preparing for, 2 years for this event and kind of forget that I had 3 months off.
I have to imagine that maybe your hand may have changed, or was there anything that you had to overcome with not bowling for 3 months? I know you were practicing at your house as best as you could.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest thing for me was my hand. I've always had issues with my thumb and my thumb ripping. So bowling at home for me, the biggest thing was getting my hand used to being in the bowling ball. So when I came back to bowling, I was fortunate that my thumb hadn't really changed in size a whole lot, but it was just the fact that it ripped so easily. So that was the biggest thing that I had to deal with. The first week back, my forearm was really sore. But then after I kind of got back into the swing of things, it was fine. And I think I just kept bowling and I just kind of tried to forget that my thumb was ripping every practice, and I just had to be on the lanes.
Yeah, and then you come in here at this event. Did you have high expectations coming in, or a little bit lower expectations because of all the things you've had to go through?
I really had no expectations. That was my biggest thing, is I want to come to this event and just be fully grateful that I get to be here. And, just embracing the moment was kind of my motto for this weekend, and just be able to sit down and realize that, okay, I get to bowl. I'm bowling with the best bowlers in the world. And genuinely, that first block, especially that first game, I have never been so nervous in my life.
There were a lot of nervous people here today because it's been such a long time. So you're not alone there. Let's talk a little bit about today's bowling. You were 49 over this morning. Not too bad, a medium scoring pace here, maybe even a little on the lower side as the day shook out. But then you came in tonight and you absolutely bombed them. Talk a little bit about that block here tonight and why you matched up so well.
That is a fantastic question. I don't think I've really had the realization just yet of how well I bowled, but I just saw the lanes very well. In practice, I was a little bit like, oh my God, I don't have a look. But the only thing that I could pick up on was that they felt really, really flat. And I've done a decent amount of practice at Kegel on flat patterns. And I just kind of really tried to go back to what I have learned and just do what I know I should be doing when a pattern is flat. So that's literally what I did. And yeah, I struck a lot. It was really good.
You have a ton of fans on Bowl TV. They've been talking about you all night. What would you like to say to your fans out there that have supported you?
Just hello and thank you. It is so good to be back. It is so amazing to have so much support. It's really overwhelming, but I appreciate it more than anyone knows. And thanks for watching. Just thanks for being fans of not only me, but of bowling.
Last question for you. You went through a manufacturer ball change. You're now with Storm Bowling Products. Has it taken a while to get used to those bowling balls? Obviously, they're working for you quite well.
I honestly only had the realization the other day that this was my first PWBA event with Storm. I've been throwing them for what feels like so long now that it was kind of crazy to me to realize that this was my first PWBA event throwing Storm products. But I am extremely comfortable with them. I've obviously had the last year to start to really learn the equipment. Obviously, we didn't have tour last year, so I was able to spend even more time on the lanes training and figuring out the differences between my bowling balls. But I'm just so happy with how I match up with them. And I think I've spent so much more time on ball motion and lane play these last few months than I have my physical game. And that's huge because now I think I fully understand my equipment more than I, ever have before.
Well, speaking of matching up, you match up well in this building, and we wish you nothing but continued success tomorrow. I
Thank
will need
you.
you to stick around for another small interview and a picture because
Okay.
you bowled so well tonight. But Verity, it's great to see you back on
Thank
the lane.
you. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
That's Verity Crawley, everybody. Spending a little bit of time with us here. So great to see her out here bowling again. So refreshing. And she really absolutely did bomb them here tonight. She started out with games of 290, 279, then bowled 178, kind of a hiccup there, 230, 278. Her first 5 games averaged 250 with even a low game in there. So I guess that's going to do it for tonight. Looks like JT is on some other business here. So I want to thank everybody sincerely for watching us here on Bowl TV. Again, we'll pop up this graphic here. The PWBA Twin Cities Open rolls on tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. local time. We'll be back with 6 more games with the top 32. Then we'll cut down to 12, come back at 3:30 Eastern, and back for our stepladder finals at 7 o'clock. Bowl TV, this wouldn't be possible without our great partners, United States Bowling Congress and the USBC Board, the Bowling Proprietors Association of America, and the BPAA Board. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA. The PWBA members providing exciting competition to watch. And, of course, you guys, the Bowl TV community, you guys are the best. And thanks for being fans of the PWBA. So from all of us here at Bowl TV, Jason Thomas, and myself, Mike Flanagan, thank you and good night from Cedarville Lanes here in Eagan, Minnesota. Remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you tomorrow.
Leaders, Aaron McCarthy plus 401. Fourth place is Missy Parkin at plus 247. Our 32nd and final qualifier at plus 38 is Taylor Bulltice. Taylor Bulltice is our final qualifier for our PWBA Twin Cities Open. All right, ladies, tomorrow, return here, 10 a.m. Roll call at 9:30. Have a great night, everyone. Be safe, be good. We have open play coming in, so again, we'll need the ladies to exit the building. Grab all your belongings. Don't leave them down on the bottom. Have a good night.